Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The ancient forest of Fangorn held many secrets in its depths, but none quite like the one Gandalf the Grey discovered on that fateful autumn morning. The wizard had journeyed to the forest's edge following reports of strange lights and whispered songs that drove men to tears with their beauty. What he found there would shake the very foundations of Middle-earth's history. Dawn had barely touched the gnarled canopy when Gandalf first noticed the silvery glow between the trees. It was unlike anything he had seen in all his thousands of years, a light that seemed to pulse with the very rhythm of Arda itself. Following its call, he wound his way through ancient trunks and roots that seemed to part before him, until he reached a small clearing bathed in an otherworldly radiance. There, nestled between two towering Ents who stood as silent guardians, grew a sapling no taller than Gandalf's staff. Its bark shimmered like polished mithril, and its leaves cast dancing shadows of pure light upon the forest floor. The wizard's breath caught in his throat as realization dawned before him. Stood a shoot of Telperion, the silver tree of Valinor, whose light had once illuminated the world before the first rising of the sun and moon. "Impossible," Gandalf whispered, his voice trembling. The Ents stirred at his words, their ancient eyes opening slowly. "Not impossible," Mithrandir rumbled, the larger of the two, whom Gandalf recognized as Longbark, one of the oldest of the shepherds of trees. Hidden, protected, waiting as Gandalf stepped closer to examine the sapling. A cold wind swept through the clearing, a wind that carried with it the scent of eastern spices and the whisper of dark magic. The wizard's grip tightened on his staff, for he recognized this presence from ages past. "Show yourself, LOTR," Gandalf called out, positioning himself between the sapling and the approaching darkness. "I had wondered what became of you after you journeyed east." From the shadows emerged a figure clad in robes that might once have been blue, but had darkened to the color of a storm-laden sky. LOTR, one of the two blue wizards sent to the east, had changed greatly since Gandalf had last seen him. His eyes gleamed with an unsettling hunger, and patterns of Eastern magic twisted across his skin like living tattoos. "Ah, Gandalf," LOTR's voice was silk over steel. "Always the detective, always the protector. But do you truly understand what you guard? That sapling represents power beyond anything left in this diminished age, power enough to reshape the very fabric of Middle-earth." The two Astari circled each other, while the Ents watched in silent vigilance. The sapling's light pulsed stronger, as if sensing the tension in the air. "I understand better than you think, old friend," Gandalf replied, his voice heavy with sorrow. "I understand that you have strayed far from your purpose. The blue wizards were sent to resist darkness, not to seek power for themselves." LOTR laughed, a sound like breaking glass. "Our purpose? Look around you, Gandalf. The world grows darker by the day. The elves fade, the dwarves hide in their mountains, and men forget the old ways. Perhaps what this world needs is not a gentle guardian, but a strong hand to guide it back to glory." As he spoke, LOTR raised his staff, and the shadows around him deepened. "That sapling contains the essence of the first age of a time when magic was not a fading force, but the very breath of the world. Imagine what could be accomplished with such power restored." But Gandalf stood firm, his own power rising to meet LOTR's challenge. And who would wield this power? You? The very fact that you seek it proves you unworthy of it. The battle, when it came, was unlike any seen in Fangorn since the elder days. Light clashed against shadow, and the very air crackled with opposing magics. The Ents swayed and groaned, their ancient voices rising in songs of protection around the precious sapling. LOTR's eastern magic was strange and potent, drawing power from the very darkness he commanded. But Gandalf had not spent his centuries in Middle-earth. Idly his power was woven into the very fabric of the land, strengthened by his love for all that grew and lived freely. The turning point came when LOTR, in his desperation, attempted to reach past Gandalf directly for the sapling. In that moment, the tree's light flared brilliantly, and a voice like silver bells echoed through the clearing, the living memory of Telperion itself, rejecting the blue wizard's corrupted touch. Staggered by this rejection, LOTR left himself open to Gandalf's counter-strike. With a cry that shook the forest canopy, Gandalf brought his staff down, and a wave of pure light swept through the clearing. When it faded, LOTR was gone, though whether destroyed or merely banished to his eastern domains, even Gandalf could not say. As silence returned to the forest, Gandalf approached the sapling once more. Its light had dimmed slightly, but it still pulsed with life and possibility. The wizard understood then that his discovery of this last scion of Telperion was no accident. It was a reminder that even in an age of fading magic, hope and light could take root in unexpected places. "We will guard it," Mithrandir, Longbark assured him, his voice like creaking branches. "As we have guarded it, since it first sprouted from a seed of memory and light," Gandalf nodded, placing his hand gently on the sapling's trunk. He could feel its song, a melody that spoke of ancient days and future possibilities. Perhaps LOTR had been right about one thing: the world was changing. But the answer lay not in seizing power, but in protecting these precious remnants of glory, so that they might inspire future generations to find their own light in the darkness. "Grow well, little one," Gandalf whispered to the sapling. "Your time will come again, though perhaps not in the way any of us expect." As he turned to leave the clearing, Gandalf cast one last look at the silver tree. Its light seemed to wink at him, like a star come down to earth, promising that even in an age of twilight, dawn would always follow. The wizard smiled, knowing that some secrets were best left to grow in shadow, until the world was ready for their light once more. And so, the last scion of Telperion continued to grow in its hidden grove, guarded by ancient Ents and the wisdom of a gray wizard who understood that true power lay not in domination, but in the patient nurturing of hope. Story 2. The sea held many secrets in its depths, but none quite as extraordinary as the one Gandalf the Grey discovered on that stormy evening off the coast of Middle-earth. The wizard had been drawn to these waters by an ancient magic that pulsed beneath the waves, a rhythm that spoke of power and preservation from an age-long past. Standing at the helm of a weathered fishing vessel, Gandalf's eyes narrowed as he observed the unusual patterns in the water. The waves didn't move quite right, as if they were dancing to a different song than the rest of the ocean. His weathered hands gripped his staff tighter as the boat approached what appeared to be an ordinary whirlpool, but there was nothing ordinary about the way it gleamed with an inner light. "Steady now," he murmured to the nervous fisherman who had agreed to bring him to this forbidden spot. "What we seek lies beneath." As they drew closer, the air grew thick with magic old enough to make even Gandalf's ancient bones ache. Raising his staff, he spoke words in a tongue not heard since the Second Age, and the waters parted before them like a curtain being drawn aside, revealing a sight that took his breath away. There, in a massive bubble of air beneath the waves, stood the impossible portion of Enmenor, preserved in all its glory. White towers of marble rose towards the dome of the bubble, their architecture a testament to the greatness of the civilization that had been lost to the sea. Streets paved with gold and silver still gleamed as if newly laid, and in the gardens, impossible flowers bloomed in the artificial light, created by crystals that lined the bubble's surface. "By all the Valor," Gandalf whispered, as their boat was gently guided into a dock that somehow still stood after millennia underwater. No sooner had they moored than figures emerged from the nearest building, people dressed in the ancient style of Enmenor, their faces bearing the noble features of that lost bloodline. They moved with the grace of their ancestors, but carried in their eyes the weight of centuries spent in isolation. Their leader, a tall woman with silver-streaked hair and bearing a crown of coral and pearls, stepped forward. "Welcome, Mithrandir," she said in perfect Quenya. "I am Queen Tar Amriel 18, descendant of she who should have ruled before the drowning. We have waited long for one of the wise to find us." Gandalf's mind reeled at the implications. These were the descendants of survivors who had created this bubble of salvation as Enmenor sank, maintaining their civilization in secret for thousands of years. But something in the Queen's words gave him pause. "You have waited for one of us," he said carefully. "Why?" The Queen's eyes gleamed with an unsettling intensity. "Because the time has come for Enmenor to rise again. We have spent centuries perfecting the magic that keeps us safe here. Magic that combines the knowledge of our ancestors with discoveries made in our isolation. We can raise this portion of the island and more." She led Gandalf through streets where people stopped to stare at the stranger in their midst. Children with eyes too old for their faces watched from doorways, and scholars clutching ancient scrolls whispered among themselves. The city was both familiar and alien, recognizably Enmenrine, yet changed by its centuries of isolation in ways that made Gandalf increasingly uneasy. In a great hall lined with glowing crystals, the Queen showed him their greatest achievement, a massive model of Enmenor, each piece carved from crystal and humming with barely contained power. "The spells are ready," she explained. "With your power added to ours, we can reverse what the Valor did. We can restore what was lost." Gandalf studied the model carefully, his heart heavy. He could feel the power in the spell they had created, and the catastrophic consequences its use would bring. "My lady," he said gently, "have you considered what effect this would have on the world above? The raising of such a massive landmass would create tsunamis that would devastate the coasts of Middle-earth. Thousands would die, a necessary sacrifice," one of the scholars interjected. "Our right to restore our homeland supersedes your right." Gandalf's voice carried the rumble of distant thunder. "Was it not such thinking that led to Enmenor's fall in the first place? The belief that your desires superseded the lives of others." The Queen's face hardened. "We are not our ancestors, Mithrandir. We do not seek to challenge the Valor. We seek only to reclaim what was ours, and yet you would willingly sacrifice innocent lives to do so," Gandalf countered. "Tell me, in all your years here, have you considered that perhaps your survival was not meant to lead to restoration, but redemption? That your purpose might be to preserve knowledge and wisdom, not to repeat the mistakes of the past?" His words struck a chord with some of the assembled scholars, who exchanged uncertain glances. The Queen, however, remained unmoved. "We did not invite you here to judge us, but to help us. If you will not assist willingly," the threat hung in the air as guards moved to surround Gandalf. But the wizard had not survived thousands of years by being easily trapped. His staff struck the floor with a resounding crack, and suddenly the crystal model began to vibrate dangerously. "Stop him," the Queen commanded, but it was too late. With words of power that shook the very water around their bubble, Gandalf triggered a cascade of magical reactions. The crystals that powered their spells began to resonate at frequencies that would take them days to stabilize, days during which they could not attempt their devastating ritual. In the chaos that followed, Gandalf made his way back to the dock, pursued by guards but protected by those scholars who had been swayed by his words. As he reached his boat, the Queen's voice rang out behind him. "You doom us to eternal exile." Gandalf turned, his eyes full of compassion despite everything. "No, my lady. I give you time to choose a better path." Your people survived the drowning of Enmenor, proof that you are meant for more than destruction. Think on why the Veiler spared you, and what responsibility that survival brings. As his boat rose through the parted waters, Gandalf caught a last glimpse of the underwater city, beautiful, impossible, and terribly vulnerable. He knew his actions today would not end their dreams of restoration, but he hoped he had planted seeds of doubt that might grow into wisdom. The fisherman, who had watched the entire exchange in stunned silence, finally found his voice as they reached the surface. Will they try again? Perhaps, Gandalf sighed, watching the waters close over the hidden city. But they have survived this long for a reason. In time, they may understand that their true destiny lies not in raising the past, but in preserving its wisdom for the future. As their boat turned toward shore, Gandalf added layers of protective spells to hide the location of the underwater city. Some secrets, he knew, were best left in the depths, not forgotten, but preserved until their true purpose could be understood. Story 3. The waters of the Anduin did not flow as they should. Gandalf the Grey stood at the river's edge near the fields of Celebrant, watching as the mighty river defied nature itself, its waters pushing upstream against their ancient course. The sight would have been mesmerizing if it weren't so deeply troubling. The urgent message from Lady Galadriel had reached him 3 days ago. The song is being unmade. Mithrandir, come with haste. Now, standing before the impossible sight of a reversed river, he understood the gravity of her warning. From the depths of the Anduin, shapes moved beneath the surface, creatures that hadn't been seen since the first age of Middle-earth. Ancient things with too many eyes and bodies that seemed to shift between forms, drawn up from the deeps by whatever force was unraveling the natural order. A soft rustle of leaves announced Galadriel's arrival. The Lady of Elrine seemed to glow with an inner light that was both beautiful and terrible to behold. It has grown worse, she said, her voice carrying the weight of ages. The reversal spreads. Soon it will reach the falls of Rhoros, and then the breaking of the world will begin in earnest. Gandalf finished grimly. Someone is attempting to undo the great music of the Aenir itself. But who would dare such madness? The answer came in a voice that rumbled like distant thunder. Those who were broken by it. Both Gandalf and Galadriel turned to face the speaker, their powers rising instinctively. There, emerging from the shadow of an ancient oak, stood a figure that should not have existed in this age of the world of Balrog, but unlike any Gandalf had ever encountered. This creature's flames burned with the cold blue light, and its eyes held not rage, but a deep and ancient sorrow. I am Engranner, the Balrog said, its voice surprisingly gentle despite its fearsome appearance. Once I served Morgoth, as did all my kind, but I grew weary of destruction before the end of the First Age. I have hidden, watched, and waited. Now I come to warn you, and perhaps to help, if you will accept it. Gandalf's grip tightened on his staff, memories of his battle with Durin's Bane still fresh in his mind. But Galadriel raised her hand, her eyes boring into the creature's essence. Speak, she commanded. What do you know of this unmaking? The Balrog's flames flickered as it spoke. There are others like me, beings who survived from the First Age, who remember the world before it was bound by the music's structure. One such being, an ancient sorcerer who is neither Maya nor elf, but something in between, has found a way to reach back through time and unravel the great music note by note. Impossible, Gandalf breathed, but even as he said it, he knew it wasn't. The music of the Aenir was both creation and prophecy, if one found the right point of resonance, the right thread to pull. Where is this sorcerer? Galadriel demanded. In the depths of Moria, Engranner replied. In chambers deeper than even the dwarves dared mine. He builds a device, an anti-chorus that will unmake creation itself, returning all to the void from which it sprang. Gandalf exchanged a look with Galadriel. To enter Moria again was to risk everything, but the stakes could not be higher. The reversal of the Anduin was just the beginning soon. Mountains would crumble, stars would fall, and all of Arda would unravel like a tapestry pulled apart thread by thread. "Why do you help us?" Gandalf asked the Balrog. "Your kind were beings of destruction," and Granor's flames dimmed further. "Because I have watched this world grow, Mithrandir. I have seen its beauty and its potential. Even in hiding, I came to love it. Would you deny a fallen being the chance at redemption?" The journey into Moria was a descent into both physical and metaphysical darkness. With each step deeper into the ancient halls, the very fabric of reality seemed to grow thinner. They passed through chambers where time flowed backwards, where gravity pulled sideways, where memories took physical form and danced like shadows on the walls. The sorcerer's device was a thing of terrible beauty, a crystalline structure that seemed to sing with anti-music, each note undoing a strand of creation. Its creator, when they found him, was a being of pure energy contained within a shell of ancient armor. "You cannot stop this," he told them, his voice echoing with the pain of countless ages. The music was a cage, binding us all to roles we did not choose. "I will free us all." The battle that followed was unlike any in the history of Middle-earth. It was fought not just with power and flame, but with music itself. Gandalf and Galadriel raised their voices in their original song of creation, while Granor's cold flames harmonized in counterpoint, adding depths that spoke of redemption and change within the existing order. In the end, it was not power that won the day, but understanding. As their music reached its crescendo, the sorcerer saw in Granor a reflection of his own pain and the possibility of finding peace without unmaking the world. The device was destroyed, its anti-music dissolving into ordinary echoes. The Anduin resumed its proper flow, and the ancient creatures returned to their slumber in the deeps. But things had changed. Bonds had been formed that defied the traditional order of Middle-earth. "What will you do now?" Gandalf asked Granor as they emerged from Moria. The Balrog looked to the dawn breaking over the misty mountains. "I will continue to watch, to learn, and perhaps to help when I can. The world is changing, Mithrandir. Perhaps it is time for old enemies to find new ways of being." Galadriel's parting words to the Balrog were both blessing and prophecy. "In choosing to preserve rather than destroy, you have written your own new verse in the great music. May it ring true through the ages to come." As Gandalf journeyed onward, he pondered the paradox of a Balrog who chose to protect creation and a sorcerer who had wished to unmake it. The great music, he realized, was not a cage but a foundation, one upon which each being could compose their own melody, if they had the courage to seek harmony rather than destruction. Story 4, The Prancing Pony and Bree, was not where Gandalf the Grey expected to find ancient magic from the Blessed Realm. Yet there it was, glowing softly on the small hands of a hobbit girl who sat quietly in the corner, trying to hide her peculiar condition beneath fingerless gloves. The wizard had come to investigate rumors of strange occurrences, objects floating in mid-air, flowers blooming out of season, and whispers of light that danced in the darkness. But of all the signs he had expected to find, the marks of Valinor adorning a halfling's skin were not among them. Her name was Rose Bracegirdle, though she preferred to be called Thorn, a name she had chosen for herself after leaving the Shire in secret. The marks on her hands formed intricate patterns that Gandalf recognized from his time in the Undying Lands, symbols of power that hadn't been seen in Middle-earth since the First Age. "How long have you had these?" Gandalf asked quietly, sitting down at her table while keeping his voice low enough that the other patrons wouldn't hear. Thorn pulled her sleeves further down over her hands. "They appeared 3 nights ago, during the new moon. I can't control what they do. Sometimes things just happen around me." As if to demonstrate, the candle on their table flickered and rose several inches into the air before she hastily willed it back down. Before Gandalf could respond, a chill swept through the inn, a cold that went beyond natural weather. The other patrons shivered and drew closer to the fire, But Gandalf's eyes narrowed as he recognized the presence. "We must leave," he said urgently, rising to his feet. Now they had barely made it out the back door when the first Nazgul's screech split the night air. Thorn's marks blazed with brilliant light in response, and she gasped in pain and wonder. "But I thought, aren't they all gone?" she whispered as Gandalf hurried her through the darkened streets of Bree. "The 9 were never destroyed," Gandalf replied grimly, "merely weakened and forced into slumber. Something has awakened them, or someone." He cast a meaningful glance at her glowing hands. They fled through the night, taking little-known paths through the wilderness. Gandalf soon discovered that Thorn, despite her small size, was remarkably resilient and quick on her feet. She had the typical hobbit's ability to move quietly, enhanced now by the strange magic that seemed to bend shadows and light around her. During their journey, Gandalf began to piece together the mystery. The marks on Thorn's hands matched ancient descriptions of the lights of the 2 trees Telperion and Lorelin. Somehow, this hobbit had become a vessel for power that hadn't been seen since before the sun and moon were made. Their path took them through the Weather Hills, where they sought refuge in an ancient watchtower. As they rested, Gandalf noticed how the marks had begun to spread up Thorn's arms, creating patterns that told a story in a language older than speech. There was a prophecy, Gandalf explained as he examined the marks, spoken in Valinor before the beginning of this age. It spoke of a time when the light of the 2 trees would find a new vessel, one pure of heart yet strong enough to bear their power. But why a hobbit, and why now? Their contemplation was interrupted by another sound that froze the blood in their veins, the beating of massive wings. Above them, a shadow passed across the stars, and a voice like ice cracking spoke in the black speech. "The vessel must be claimed," it said. "The power must return to its rightful wielder." From the darkness emerged a figure Gandalf had hoped never to see again, Camel, second among the Nazgul, his armor still bearing the markings of his origins in the east. Behind him, other shapes moved in the darkness, and Gandalf realized with growing dread that they were surrounded by 5 of the 9. "Step aside," Mithrandir, Camel commanded. "Our master has awakened, and he remembers the light that once shone in Valinor. The hobbit's power will help restore what was lost." Gandalf stood protectively in front of Thorn, his staff blazing with white light. "Your master remembers wrongly if he thinks this power is his to claim. The light of the trees was never meant for darkness. The battle that ensued lit up the night sky like day." Gandalf's power clashed against the combined might of 5 ringwraiths, while Thorn discovered that her marks responded to her will, sending out pulses of pure light that caused the Nazgul to recoil in pain. But it was not until the darkest moment, when Gandalf had been driven to his knees and Thorn was cornered, that the true purpose of her gift revealed itself. As Camel reached for her with his gauntlet at hand, the marks on her skin blazed with the full light of the 2 trees. For a brief moment, the world was illuminated as it had been in the days before days, and the Nazgul screamed not in rage or pain, but in remembrance. In that light, memories of who they had been before their fall flooded back to them. Camel, for a moment, remembered the man he had been, the choices he had made, the light he had rejected. The other wraiths, too, seemed to pause, caught between what they were and what they had once been. The moment passed, and the Nazgul fled, their screams now filled with confusion and fear. But something had changed. A crack had appeared in their eternal darkness. As dawn broke over the Weather Hills, Gandalf looked at Thorn with new understanding. "Now we know why the power chose you," he said softly. "Not to fight darkness with more darkness, but to remind even the most fallen that light once dwelt within them. That is a hobbit's greatest gift, the ability to rekindle hope in the most unlikely places." Thorn looked down at her marked hands, watching as the patterns shifted and swirled. "What do we do now?" "Now," Gandalf said, a familiar twinkle returning to his eyes, "we begin your real training. For I suspect this is only the beginning of a much larger tale, one that may well change the fate of Middle-earth itself, as they set out toward Rivendell, where Elrond's wisdom might help unlock more secrets of Thorin's gift. The marks on her hands glowed softly in the morning light, reminder that even in an age of fading magic, new wonders could still enter the world, bringing with them not just power, but the possibility of redemption for all. Story 5. Deep in the libraries of Rivendell, Gandalf the Grey discovered an ancient scroll that would change the course of Middle-earth's history once again. Written in a form of Quenya, so old it took him hours to decipher, the parchment spoke of a ring of power that even the Valar had forgotten, one that held dominion not over the physical world, but over the very dreams of dragons. The scroll had appeared mysteriously among Lord Elrond's collections, its edges singed as if it had passed through fire. As Gandalf read further, his hands trembled at the implications. The ring, forged in the first age before Morgoth's defeat, was said to lie hidden in the depths of the Blue Mountains, guarded by enchantments older than the sun itself. But what truly chilled the wizard's blood was the final passage. When the earth trembles and the ancient ones stir, seek the ring of Dremfire before the sleeper awakens. For in the depths beneath Erdluin, Ancalagon's spirit endures, Ancalagon the black, mightiest of all dragons ever to darken the skies of Middle-earth. If any fragment of his spirit remained, bound to this forgotten ring, Gandalf's contemplation was interrupted by a commotion in the courtyard. A group of dwarves had arrived, led by a grim-faced warrior named Thorin Stonehelm, son of Dee in Ironfoot. They bore news that confirmed Gandalf's worst fears. The deep places of the Blue Mountains tremble, Thorin reported, his voice heavy with concern. Our miners speak of dreams filled with winged beasts and ancient fire. And there are others who seek these depths, cultists wearing robes marked with dragon runes, and so began a race against time. Gandalf gathered an unlikely company, Thorin and his most trusted dwarven warriors. Gilrain, a young ranger with an uncanny ability to read ancient signs, and Lindar, an elf scribe whose knowledge of First Age lore proved invaluable. Their journey to the Blue Mountains was plagued by dark omens. Ravens flew in unnatural patterns, and at night, the stars seemed to flicker as if responding to some vast sleeping consciousness. The cultists were never far behind, their presence marked by the discovery of abandoned camps and disturbing ritual circles. As they ventured into the ancient dwarven halls beneath the mountains, Gandalf felt the weight of age's press upon him. These were not the well-maintained mines of Erebor or the Iron Hills. These tunnels predated even the First Age, carved by hands that may have known All's teaching directly. The air grows warmer, Thorin observed as they descended deeper. And listen, there's a rhythm to the stones trembling, like great, sleeping breaths. They found the first guardian in a vast chamber whose walls were covered in crystalline formations that pulsed with inner light. A creature that seemed made of living stone and ancient magic barred their way, one of the original protectors left by the Valar themselves. Who seeks the Dremfire? It asked in a voice that echoed through the ages. Before Gandalf could respond, one of the crystals on the wall shattered, and through the breach poured the cultists, led by a figure whose eyes burned with unnatural flame. We do, their leader declared, to wake the greatest of worms and restore the true order of this world. The battle that followed was fought on both physical and mystical planes. While the dwarves engaged the cultists with axe and hammer, Gandalf and the cult leader dueled with spells that shook the very foundations of the mountain. The Guardian, bound by ancient rules, could only watch as the chamber became a battlefield. In the chaos, Gilrain noticed a pattern in the crystalline formations. They weren't random growths, but a map, showing the true path to the ring. Following her instincts, she and Lindar slipped away from the battle, delving deeper into the mountain's heart. They found the ring chamber just as Gandalf had driven back the last of the cultists above. It sat on a pedestal of black stone, a simple band of metal that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. But before they could claim it, the cult leader appeared in a flash of dark fire. His true form finally revealed a descendant of the ancient dragon lords of the East, whose blood still carried echoes of their power. "Fools," he cried. "You cannot comprehend what this ring truly means. With it, we can restore the majesty of dragons to Middle-earth. And Calagon will rise again, and this time, even the Veiler will bow before his might." But as he reached for the ring, Gandalf arrived, and with him came understanding. The ring had never been meant to control dragons. It was a seal, binding Calagon's spirit to prevent his return. The Dremfire was not a weapon to be wielded, but a prison to be maintained. The final confrontation was brief but terrible. The cult leader, in his desperation, tried to claim the ring by force, only to have its power turn against him. The dragon blood in his veins resonated with the ring's enchantments, and he found himself bound by the very power he had sought to control. As the chamber began to collapse around them, Gandalf made a swift decision. Rather than risk moving the ring, he reinforced its enchantments there and then, using his own power to strengthen the bindings that kept Calagon's spirit sealed. The cult leader, now bound to the same enchantment, became an unwitting guardian forced to spend eternity helping to maintain the very prison he had tried to break. Some powers, Gandalf told his companions as they emerged from the mountain, are best left forgotten. The ring will remain where it lies, doing what it was always meant to do, keeping ancient dangers at bay. In the years that followed, the Blue Mountains knew peace again. The tremors ceased, and if any dreamed of dragons, they were only ordinary dreams. The cultists, without their leader, scattered to the winds. Thorin's people sealed the deep passages, and Gilrain and Lindar became guardians of this secret, passing the knowledge down only to those who needed to know. And if sometimes on dark nights, Gandalf gazed eastward toward those ancient peaks, he kept his concerns to himself, for he knew that some victories are won not by wielding power, but by ensuring it remains safely out of reach, guarded by faith, wisdom, and the eternal vigilance of those who understand the true cost of awakening things best left to sleep. Story 6. The ancient scrolls of Enmenor held many secrets, but none as earth-shattering as the one Gandalf discovered on that fateful autumn evening. As golden leaves danced in the twilight breeze, the gray wizard's weathered hands trembled while holding a piece of parchment so old it seemed to be woven from starlight itself. In the ruins of the once great island kingdom, now barely protruding from the endless seas, Gandalf had discovered a hidden chamber sealed with enchantments that had taken him 3 days to unravel. The chamber's walls were adorned with symbols that predated the First Age, and at its heart lay this single scroll, preserved in a crystal case that hummed with ancient magic. "By the Veiler," he whispered, his voice carrying the weight of centuries. The words on the scroll, written in a script so old it made Quenya look like a child's first attempts at writing, spoke of something impossible, a sixth Astari, a wizard whose existence had been deliberately erased from history. The revelation shook Gandalf to his core. He had always known of the 5 wizards sent to Middle-earth: himself, Saruman the White, Radagast the Brown, and the 2 blue wizards who ventured into the east. But this scroll spoke of another, one who possessed power beyond imagination, the ability to rewrite the very threads of history itself. As Gandalf delved deeper into the text, his heart grew heavy. The 6th Astari, named Chronoris the Timeless, had not been sent to Middle-earth like the others, but had been imprisoned between dimensions by the Veiler themselves. The reason? His power was deemed too dangerous, too volatile. The ability to unmake and remake time itself could unravel the very fabric of Arda. But the scroll contained more than just history. It held a prophecy, one that made Gandalf's blood run cold. It spoke of a coming darkness, a shadow beyond shadows, that would engulf not just Middle-earth, but all of Arda. The prophecy foretold that only by releasing Chronoris could this catastrophe be prevented, but at what cost? For days, Gandalf secluded himself in the ruins, meditating on this knowledge. His pipe remained unlit, his staff leaning unused against the ancient stones. The decision before him was perhaps the most difficult he had ever faced in his thousands of years of existence. To release Chronoris would mean defying the direct will of the Veiler, his masters. Yet to do nothing would mean accepting a future where darkness would reign supreme. The scroll showed him visions of this future, the white tree of Gondor withering to ash, the great forests of the elves burning in eternal flame, the halls of Moria becoming tombs of silence rather than mines of song. On the seventh day of his contemplation, Gandalf made his decision. He would seek out the prison of Chronoris, but not to release him, at least not yet. He needed to understand more, to see for himself if this power could truly be controlled, if the risk was worth taking. The journey to find Chronoris' prison was perilous. The scroll spoke of a place between places, a void that existed in the space between heartbeats. To reach it, Gandalf would need to travel to the very edges of Middle-earth, to the point where the world began to fray into the void. Along the way, he encountered others who had been drawn into this destiny. There was Arahale, a ranger of the north who bore a mysterious marking that glowed in the presence of temporal distortions. Lyra, an elven sage who had spent centuries studying the forbidden histories of the Veiler, joined their quest after recognizing the significance of their mission. Even a mysterious figure known only as the Twilight Walker, who seemed to exist partially out of time himself, became an unlikely ally. As they journeyed eastward, signs of the prophesied darkness began to manifest. Wells ran dry, poisoned by an unseen taint. Villages reported children being born with no shadows. The stars themselves seemed to dim, as if being slowly extinguished by an invisible hand. Their path led them through the Shadowlands, where reality itself began to break down. Here, they found evidence of Chronoris' prison, a massive crystalline structure that seemed to exist in multiple places at once, its shape constantly shifting like smoke in the wind. Inside the crystal prison, they found Chronoris, not imprisoned in chains or behind bars, but suspended in a moment of time, neither fully existing nor completely absent. His form was that of an elderly man, yet his eyes held the light of creation itself. When he spoke, his words seemed to echo both from the past and the future. "You have come seeking answers, Olorin," Chronoris said, using Gandalf's true name. "But I am not the solution you seek. I am a warning. The truth, when it was finally revealed, was more complex than any prophecy could capture." Chronoris explained that his imprisonment was not a punishment, but a choice, his own choice. He had seen every possible future, every potential outcome, and had realized that his very existence threatened the fabric of reality. His power to change time was not a gift, but a curse that could unravel the very purpose of existence. The prophesied darkness, he revealed, was not something that could be fought with power, even his power. It was the natural result of trying to control time itself, of believing that destiny could be rewritten without consequences. Gandalf finally understood. The scroll had led him here, not to find a solution, but to understand why some powers must remain beyond reach, why some choices must be accepted rather than changed. The true test was not whether to release Chronoris, but whether to accept that even with all their power and knowledge, some things must remain as they are. As they left the crystal prison, Gandalf carried with him not the power to change history, but the wisdom to understand why it must sometimes remain unchanged. The darkness they had feared was not a future to be prevented, but a reminder of the importance of accepting the natural flow of time itself. In the years that followed, Gandalf would often return to the lessons learned in that crystal prison. He understood now that true wisdom lay not in having the power to change everything, but in knowing when to let things be. The sixth Astari remained in his self-imposed exile, a guardian of time itself, while Gandalf returned to his role as a guide and protector of Middle-earth, now with a deeper understanding of the delicate balance between power and wisdom. The scroll from Menmenor remained in its hidden chamber, its prophecy serving not as a warning of doom, but as a reminder that sometimes the greatest power lies in choosing not to use power at all. And in the end, that was perhaps the most important lesson any wizard could learn. Story 7. The ancient forests at the edge of Middle-earth whispered with an unfamiliar silence as Gandalf stumbled through the morning mist, his gray robes torn and his trusted staff splintered into countless pieces. The encounter with the shadow entity in the depths of the Forgotten Caves had left him changed, his once mighty powers reduced to merely embers of their former glory. Blood trickled from a cut above his eye as he made his way through the dense undergrowth, each step a reminder of his newfound mortality. For the first time in centuries, the great wizard felt the full weight of physical exhaustion, his bones aching with a very human weariness. The encounter replayed in his mind, the ancient darkness that had awaited him in the caves, a being older than the First Age itself, its touch like ice against his very soul as it drained his magical essence. In the distance, through the thinning trees, he spotted smoke rising from chimneys, the small village of Willowbrook, nestled in the shadows of the misty mountains. Under normal circumstances, Gandalf would have avoided such settlements, preferring to keep his distance from the everyday lives of common folk. But now, stripped of his powers and wounded, he had little choice. The village proved to be both a blessing and a curse. Lyra, a young healer with eyes that seemed to pierce through lies and shadows, took him in without question. Her small cottage, filled with herbs and curious trinkets, became his sanctuary. Yet even as she tended to his wounds, Gandalf sensed something stirring in the village, whispered conversations that ceased when he approached, strange symbols carved into doorways, and an underlying current of fear that seemed to pulse through the community like a living thing. They're preparing for something, Lyra confided one evening as she changed his bandages. The elders speak of ancient prophecies. The signs are all around us, the wells turning black at midnight, the children's dreams of shadow and flame, the strange markings appearing in the forest. Before Gandalf could respond, a massive white wolf appeared at the cottage window, its eyes gleaming with an intelligence that spoke of something far more than mere animal instinct. Lyra seemed unsurprised by its presence, as if she had been expecting it. The wolf's gaze met Gandalf's, and in that moment, the wizard felt a profound connection. This creature knew him, knew what he truly was, and more importantly, knew what was coming. Over the next few days, Gandalf discovered the truth. A cult dedicated to Morgoth had taken root in the regions surrounding Willowbrook. They had sensed his weakened state and were preparing a ritual that would use the power of the winter solstice to tear open a portal to the void itself, seeking to release their dark master from his eternal prison. The wolf, which Lyra called Lunaris, proved to be much more than a simple beast. It was a guardian spirit, ancient and powerful, bound to the lands around Willowbrook since the First Age. Through its silent communion with Gandalf, the wizard learned that his encounter with the shadow entity had been no accident. It had been orchestrated by the cult to weaken him, knowing he would be the only one powerful enough to stop their plans. As the days grew shorter and the solstice approached, Gandalf found himself in an unfamiliar position, that of teacher rather than wielder of power. Without his magic, he had to rely on his millennia of knowledge to prepare the villagers for what was to come. He taught them ancient wards of protection, helped them prepare sacred herbs that could repel dark magic, and shared forgotten lore about the weaknesses of creatures of shadow. Lyra proved to be an exceptional student, her gift of foresight growing stronger under his guidance. Her visions became clearer, more focused, providing crucial information about the cult's movements and plans. The white wolf, Lunaris, became their sentinel, patrolling the borders of the village, and warning them of approaching dangers. The night of the solstice arrived with a bitter wind that howled through the valley like the voices of the damned. The cultists, dressed in robes as dark as the void they worshipped, emerged from their hidden places in the mountains. Their leader, a fallen priest of the old kingdoms named Malachi, carried a black staff carved with runes that seemed to drink in the starlight. What followed was a battle unlike any Gandalf had ever fought, one where he couldn't rely on his staff or his spells, but rather on the preparation and courage of those around him. The villagers, armed with blessed weapons and protected by ancient wards, stood their ground. Lyra's visions guided their defenses, allowing them to anticipate and counter the cultists' movements. Lunaris moved like a ghost through the chaos, his white fur gleaming as he brought down shadow wraiths with ancient power. The ritual began at midnight, the cultists' chants rising above the sounds of battle. The sky itself seemed to tear apart, revealing a darkness deeper than the space between stars. Gandalf, armed with nothing but an old sword and his unwavering courage, made his way toward the ritual circle. His knowledge, rather than his power, proved to be the key. He recognized the patterns in their ritual, the weak points in their casting. In the end, it was not grand magic that won the day, but the combined efforts of ordinary people defending their homes, a young woman's gift of sight, a mysterious wolf's ancient power, and a powerless wizard's wisdom. As Malachi's staff shattered and the tear in the sky sealed itself, Gandalf felt something stirring within him. His powers were returning, slowly but surely, strengthened by the lessons learned in weakness. The victory came at a cost. Several villagers lost their lives, and parts of Willowbrook lay in ruins. But as the sun rose on the day after the solstice, something had changed in the survivors. They had faced the darkness and emerged stronger, not just as individuals, but as a community. Lyra, her gift now fully awakened, became a guardian of the region in her own right. Lunaris remained by her side, a silent protector of the lands. And Gandalf, his powers restored but forever changed by the experience, carried with him a new understanding of strength, that true power often lies not in the ability to change the world through magic, but in the courage to face darkness with nothing but wisdom and determination. As he finally departed Willowbrook, his staff renewed but his heart forever touched by the bravery he had witnessed, Gandalf knew that this experience would shape his future encounters and decisions. Sometimes, he realized, one must lose everything to truly understand the nature of power and the strength that lies in the most unexpected places. Story 8. Dawn broke over the crystalline spires of Rivendell, but something was terribly wrong. Where once the morning light would dance through the elegant elven architecture, creating rainbows that painted the valleys below, now it struck the surface of what appeared to be crystal statues, dozens of them, each bearing the frozen expressions of elves caught in moments of terror or confusion. Gandalf stood before one such statue, his weathered hand trembling as he touched its smooth surface. The elf within, a young maiden he had known for centuries, seemed to be reaching out, her face a mask of silent pleading. The sight struck him with a horror he had not felt since the darkest days of Middle-earth, but worse was the knowledge that grew in his heart. He had seen this before. "This is my doing," he whispered to the empty halls, his voice heavy with the weight of ancient memories. Or rather, the echo of something I helped create long ago. The crystal transformation had begun 3 days ago, spreading like a silent plague through the elven realms. It started in the outer settlements, reports of elves simply stopping mid-motion, their flesh transforming into perfect, transparent crystal. By the time word reached the great elven cities, it was too late to evacuate. Now, Rivendell stood as a garden of crystal statues, its immortal inhabitants trapped in eternal stasis. As Gandalf walked through the haunting display, fragments of memory began to surface, memories he had deliberately locked away centuries ago. He remembered a time before he was known as Gandalf, when he had worked alongside another wizard, Naladir the Bright, to create a protective spell for the Veiler. The spell was meant to preserve and protect, to create a shield that would keep safe the greatest secrets of the divine beings who had shaped Middle-earth. But Naladir had changed. His pursuit of immortality had led him down darker paths, and now, after all these centuries, he had found a way to twist their old magic into something terrible. The crystal curse was their protection spell inverted. Instead of preserving secrets, it was preserving life itself, trapping its victims in a prison of eternal crystal. A sound echoed through the hall's footsteps, light and cautious. Gandalf turned to find Arwen, one of the few elves who had escaped the transformation. Her face was pale, but her eyes burned with determination. "There are others," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "In LOTR, in the woodland realm. Not all have been taken by the crystal." Gandalf nodded gravely. "We must find Naladir. The curse can be broken, but only if we understand how he corrupted our original spell." Their journey took them through lands that seemed to be holding their breath. The forests were unusually quiet, as if the trees themselves feared the crystal curse. Along the way, they gathered others who had escaped the transformation. Elrohir, son of Elrond, who had been hunting in the wild when the curse struck. Thalion, a woodland elf whose knowledge of ancient magic had somehow protected him. And most surprisingly, a young human scholar named Finn, who had been studying elven lore and showed an unusual resistance to the curse's effects. As they traveled, Gandalf's memories continued to surface. He remembered the creation of the protection spell, how it had drawn upon the very essence of time itself. He and Naladir had woven it from starlight and the songs of the Aenir, believing they were serving a greater purpose. But now he understood Naladir had seen something in those moments of creation, something that had driven him to seek immortality at any cost. Their search led them to the ruins of Dal Guldur, where Naladir had made his lair. The once dark fortress had been transformed, its black stones now covered in creeping crystal that seemed to pulse with an inner light. At its heart, they found Naladir, but he was not as Gandalf remembered him. The wizard had become something else, half flesh, half crystal, his form shifting between the two states like a terrible dance. "Have you come to admire my work, old friend?" Naladir's voice echoed strangely, as if coming through layers of crystal. "I have found it. You see true immortality. Not the half-life of the elves, but perfect crystalline preservation." The battle that followed was unlike anything Gandalf had ever faced. Naladir wielded their old spell like a weapon, sending waves of crystallizing energy that forced them to constantly move, to dodge and weave through the transforming fortress. But Gandalf had not come unprepared. With the help of his companions, each contributing their unique strengths, Arwen's grace, Elrohir's courage, Thalion's knowledge, and Finn's unusual resistance, they began to unravel the curse. The key lay in understanding that their original protection spell had never been meant for preservation, it had been meant for revelation. As Gandalf spoke the ancient words, now understanding their true meaning, the crystal began to crack. Naladir screamed, his partially crystallized form beginning to shatter. The secret of the Veiler, Gandalf said softly, was not about preservation at all. It was about change, about the beauty of impermanence. As the curse began to break, a wave of energy swept across Middle-earth. In Rivendell, in LOTR, in every place where the crystal statue stood, the transformation began to reverse. Elves gasped as they were freed from their crystal prisons, the curse dissolving like morning dew. Naladir, in his final moments, saw the truth of what he had failed to understand. The crystal that had been growing through him began to fade, and for a brief moment, he was himself again, not the corrupted being he had become, but the bright young wizard who had once worked alongside Gandalf to serve the Veiler. In the aftermath, as life returned to the elven realms, Gandalf found himself changed by the experience. He understood now that some memories should not be locked away, that even the darkest moments of our past can hold lessons vital to our future. The crystal curse had been broken, but its legacy would remain a reminder that true immortality lies not in the preservation of a single moment, but in the endless flow of change that gives life its meaning. As he stood once again in Rivendell, watching the morning light create real rainbows through its restored architecture, Gandalf smiled. The elves had emerged from their crystal prisons with a deeper appreciation for the gift of time, and he had recovered a part of himself he had thought lost forever. Sometimes, he reflected, the greatest curses can lead to the most important blessings. Story 9. In the highest tower of Minas Tirith, Gandalf the Grey stood beneath the night sky, his ancient eyes fixed upon a darkness that should not be. Where the constellation of Valasurka, the sickle of the Valar, had blazed for countless millennia, now lay an empty void. It was the third such darkness he had witnessed this month, each one marking the place where stars had simply ceased to exist. The wizard's gnarled fingers tightened around his staff as he traced the patterns of the remaining stars, seeking answers in their ancient light. A cool breeze carried the scent of approaching winter, but there was something else on the wind, a faint echo of a song he had not heard since the First Age, when dragons still ruled the northern skies. His contemplation was interrupted by a flash of light that streaked across the heavens, not falling like a meteor, but descending with purpose. It landed in the gardens below with a soft glow rather than a crash, leaving behind a figure that shimmered like moonlight on water. The being that emerged from the light was unlike any Gandalf had encountered in his thousands of years. She appeared as a young woman with hair that sparkled like a field of stars, her skin giving off a subtle luminescence. Her eyes, when they met his, contained the depth of space itself. "I am Astra," she said, her voice carrying the harmony of stellar winds. "I was once part of the constellation your people called Valasurka, until my sisters were devoured by the celestial dragons." Gandalf's suspicions were confirmed, though the truth was more dire than he had imagined. The celestial dragons, ancient beings who had fled to the spaces between stars when Morgoth fell, were returning. By consuming the light of stars, they sought to regain their former power and remake the world in their image of eternal darkness. Astra explained how she had taken physical form to seek help, knowing that if all the stars were devoured, not just the night sky would be lost, the very essence of light and hope in Middle-earth would fade, leaving it vulnerable to ancient evils that had long waited in the darkness between worlds. Together, Gandalf and Astra embarked on a desperate journey to the edge of night, where the boundary between earth and sky grew thin. They were joined by unlikely allies. Theron, a young astronomer from Gondor whose maps of the stars proved invaluable. Lunara, an elderly elf who remembered the songs that had once bound the celestial dragons. And Grimfang, a reformed warg whose keen senses could detect the subtle distortions in reality that marked the dragon's presence. Their path took them through the Shadowlands, where reality itself began to warp as they neared the realm of the celestial dragons. The very air seemed to thicken with ancient magic, and the stars above appeared to move in ways that defied natural law. Gandalf found himself drawing upon knowledge from the earliest days of his existence as a Maya, when the world was still young, and the boundaries between earth and sky were less defined. As they traveled, Astra's light began to dim. Each star consumed by the dragons weakened her connection to her celestial nature. Yet as her stellar power faded, she discovered something unexpected: human emotions, the warmth of friendship, the strength found in mortal determination. Her transformation was teaching her why the stars had chosen to watch over Middle-earth for so long. The final confrontation took place in a realm between realms, where curved sheets of aurora hung like curtains in the void, and collected starlight pooled like liquid light. The Dragon King, Astroval the Infinite, appeared before them not as a traditional dragon, but as a being of living darkness spotted with dying stars, the light of all the constellations he had devoured. Gandalf faced the ancient being with wisdom rather than force, understanding that this battle could not be won through conventional means. The dragon's power had grown too great for direct confrontation. Instead, he began to weave a spell that combined elven starlight songs with the pure stellar essence of Astra's being. But it was Astra who discovered the true key to their victory. Having experienced both stellar eternity and mortal joy, she understood what the celestial dragons had forgotten: that true power lay not in consuming light, but in reflecting it, in sharing it, in letting it transform and grow through the hearts of all living beings. As Astrovold prepared to consume the last stars of Middle-earth, Astra began to sing. Her voice carried not just the song of the stars, but the melodies of Middle-earth, the whisper of wind through leaves, the laughter of children, the ancient chants of dwarves in their mountain halls. One by one, the stars the dragons had devoured began to resonate within them, responding to the call of life itself. Gandalf joined her song with ancient words of power, his staff blazing with a light that matched the stars themselves. The other companions added their own voices: Theron's mathematical certainty, Lunara's ageless memory, even Grimfang's deep hull. Their combined song created a harmony that the dragons could not resist. The celestial dragons found themselves transformed, not destroyed but changed. The light they had devoured became part of them, turning them from beings of consuming darkness into new constellations' guardians rather than devourers of stars. Astrovold himself became the brightest new star in the sky, his power now serving to protect rather than destroy the light. Astra, her purpose fulfilled, was faced with a choice: return to the heavens or remain in her mortal form. She chose a middle path, becoming a guardian of the boundary between earth and sky, teaching future generations to read the stories written in starlight. Gandalf often returned to the highest tower of Minas Tirith, looking up at the new patterns in the sky. The constellations now told a different story, one of transformation and hope. He had learned that even the oldest of beings could change, that light could triumph not through destruction, but through transformation, and that the truest magic lay in the harmony between the eternal stars and the brief, bright flames of mortal lives. And on clear nights, those who knew how to listen could still hear Astra's song, echoing in the space between starlight and earthlight, reminding all of Middle-earth that even in the darkest of times, the stars would always find a way to shine. Story 10. The dream came to Gandalf with the force of a thunderbolt, jerking him awake beneath the ancient oaks of Fangorn Forest. In it, the Lady Galadriel's voice had echoed with unusual urgency. Not all the rings were destroyed, old friend. One remains, hidden from both shadow and light, waiting to be awakened. The wizard sat up, his weathered hand clutching his staff as the last wisps of the dream vision clung to his consciousness. The very air seemed to hum with the weight of this revelation. He had believed, as had all the wise, that every ring of power had been accounted for, either destroyed in the fires of Mount Doom or taken across the sea to Valinor. But Galadriel's warning spoke of another, a ring whose existence had been kept secret, even from the guardians of Middle-earth. Dawn was breaking over the forest canopy as Gandalf began his research. Consulting ancient scrolls he carried in his weathered leather satchel, the text spoke of Celebrimber's final days, when the great elven smith had worked tirelessly in his forge before Sauron's forces overwhelmed him. There were whispers of one last creation, a ring unlike the others, forged not from desire for power, but from a desperate hope to preserve something precious from the coming darkness. The trail led Gandalf to the Blue Mountains, where he found an unlikely trio of companions. First was Alain, a young Hobbit scholar with an uncanny ability to read ancient runes and a curiosity that outweighed her natural Hobbit caution. Next came Thorin Stonefist, an exiled dwarf whose face bore a mysterious mark that seemed to shift like quicksilver in certain lights. Finally, there was Silveria, a warrior priestess of the woodland realm, who carried the last memories of the High Elves in her blood. Together, they discovered clues in the abandoned dwarf holds, symbols carved into the deepest chambers, references to a forge hidden beneath the mountains, where Celebrimbor had worked in secret during his final days. The signs led them deeper into the heart of the mountain, through halls that had not echoed with footsteps for thousands of years. But they were not alone in their quest. Dark forces had also sensed the ring's awakening. Ancient spirits, bound to Morgoth's will since the First Age, stirred in the depths. Shadow wraiths, different from the Nazgul, but no less dangerous, tracked their movements through the tunnels. Each step forward was earned with courage and cunning. In the deepest chamber, they found something unexpected, a door that opened not to another room, but to a pocket of space that existed outside the normal flow of time. Celebrimbor had created a sanctuary, a place where he could work beyond the reach of Sauron's sight. Within this chamber, time moved differently, and echoes of the past still lingered like mist. The ring itself lay on a pedestal of crystal, deceptively simple in appearance, a band of silver and starlight that seemed to catch and hold memories within its depths. But as Gandalf approached, the air itself seemed to resist, thick with protective enchantments laid down by Celebrimbor himself. It was Thorin who first understood the significance of his own role. The mark on his face, passed down through generations of his family, was a sign of trust from Celebrimbor to the dwarven friends who had sheltered him in his darkest hour. As he stepped forward, the mark began to glow with an inner light, and the enchantments parted like curtains in a breeze. But the moment the ring was lifted from its resting place, the chamber's magic began to unravel. The pocket of preserved time started to collapse, and with it, the mountain itself began to shake. The shadow wraiths, sensing their opportunity, launched their attack. What followed was a desperate race through crumbling tunnels, with Gandalf using his magic to hold back both the collapsing mountain and the pursuing wraiths. Elowyn's knowledge of the ancient maps proved invaluable as she guided them through forgotten shortcuts. Silveria's blade flashed in the darkness, keeping the shadow wraiths at bay, while Thorin's connection to the mountain helped them avoid the worst of the cave-ins. When they finally emerged into the sunlight, the truth of the ring's purpose became clear. It was not a ring of power in the traditional sense, it was a ring of memory, created by Celebrimbor to preserve the wisdom and beauty of the elven realms before they faded from Middle-earth. Within its circle lay the knowledge of countless ages, the songs of the First Age, the crafting secrets of the great elven smiths, and memories of lands now lost beneath the waves. But such knowledge came with a price. The ring could not be used without drawing the attention of darker forces that would seek to corrupt its purpose. Even now, the shadow wraiths regrouped in the darkness below, and whispers of its discovery would soon spread to other servants of the old darkness. Gandalf made a difficult decision. The ring could not be destroyed, it contained too much that was precious and irreplaceable. Nor could it be taken across the sea, for its magic was bound to Middle-earth itself. Instead, it would need guardians, ones who could protect it, while ensuring its knowledge was preserved and shared wisely. Elowyn, with her scholar's heart and Hobbit resilience, would become its historian, recording its revelations in ways future generations could understand. Thorin, marked by ancient trust, would ensure it stayed hidden from those who would misuse its power. Silveria would be its voice, sharing the ancient songs and stories with those worthy of hearing them. And Gandalf himself would become its watcher from afar, ready to act should darkness ever threaten it again. The ring would not be locked away in a vault or hidden in a mountain. Instead, it would travel across Middle-earth, its knowledge shared in small ways with those who needed it most, its power not in dominion, but in preservation and wisdom. As the companions parted ways, each to their appointed task, Gandalf reflected on how different this quest had been from the one that had ended at Mount Doom. This ring represented not the danger of power, but the importance of memory, the value of preserving knowledge, and the wisdom to know how to share it. The sun was setting as Gandalf took his leave of his companions, the ring secure in its new purpose. In the fading light, He could have sworn he saw a shimmer in the air, perhaps the spirit of Celebrimbor himself, finally at peace knowing his last creation would serve its intended purpose, not to rule or dominate, but to remember and preserve all that was beautiful and worthy in Middle-earth.